All right. Oh gosh. No, 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 no. Fixed it. Okay. Yep. I was running late. Literally just walked in the door like 2 minutes ago, if that. All right. Yeah. In Upper Lenosha. There. Ah, there he is. There we go. I snapped him out of whatever he was doing. All right, anyway. You can't go in these raids as a level 75, that's for sure. These are level 80. So, go. Resurrection. Oh, right. We're gonna have to world transfer. casting return. Oh. There we go. Either there we go. Confirm. Finally. You clicked the wrong button. What wrong button? It's a data center. Visit another data center. So neither of what you said. You went to Marilith somehow? Oh yeah, you gotta return to your homeworld just so it can let you transfer. Oh yeah, you'll pop up in Limsa. It won't let you? Click on the Aetheryte in a town. Or right-click on your character and hit return to home world. Do do do. Could probably pop up in Limsa. And there you are. Back to party. Now, Eden's Gate, and we're starting this. A little more. Where's the mender? There he is. Done. And boots of bending. There we go. And there we go. All the glam's fixed. You want this guy over here, Frank. And you want Disciple of War 2. And then the second tab. And you want anything of aiming. Yep, waiting on the raid. It says should be less than 5 minutes here. We were waiting on the raid while upgrading gear. Well, I still got 607. Let's see if... $600 for a better sword. There we go. Don't worry, this is about to give us a shitload of poetics. That's the good news. Alright, first raid. Let's see what happens. Be careful! Huge amounts of ether are rushing to the core. Wait, what's that? Alright, first boss. Hi, Kenji. Ooh, he didn't die. Close, though. That's one. He's charging up something. Scenery changed. Alright, I'm going over here. Do we pull these apart or no? It would appear the boss is under there. What is this we have here? Ow. Alright, healers, do your thing. Here we go. Gonna pull this way. Go for it. Alright, first one defeated. 7 to go. And Frank only died once in that one. Oh, twice? Never mind. You're right at the, You're right out where David guessed then. You're at a... right at 2 per. I only saw once. I'm leaving the trash alone. You can grab it if you want. I'm out of here. Alright, that'll do it. You should pop up in here too. Well, in your own version, I guess. Seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some sort of guardian was right. Thankfully, it was nothing you couldn't handle. And I'm glad to say that you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way is clear, the Ethernet shards can send us to the core and back whenever we may need. Why don't you give them a try? Proceed to the Eden's core. Once Arion J has activated this device, it's my turn. Savaging. There we go. The time hath come, Reen. Watch over me, Minfilia. Is this supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Hurry on, Jay. I am unharmed, but what of Reen? No, you listen to me. Ooh, 2 hands. Reen, be careful. Well, Eden's up. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although I'm now linked to Eden, I still need to figure out how to give it commands. Pray tell, what caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still struggling to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Reen, what's going on? Ah, above us, something's coming this way. An enemy. But dost thou... could it be a Sin Eater? I can't see them clearly, but no, that's not possible. What is it? They're inside too, lots of them, trying to reach the core. Uninvited guests, eh? If I'd known they were coming, I'd have tidied the place up. Apes are a poor substitute for a viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest that you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. And Magnarmus can welcome our airborne adversary. Green, find out if Eden has any defenses we can make use of. Preferably ones that don't recognize us as the enemy. I'm not sure about that, but I can use the ether currents to send you wherever you need to go. That's my girl, alright. Everyone, we've got work to do. From what I can tell, Eden is able to form simple structures by redirecting ether. I'll try to give you something to stand on. When you're ready, head for that portal over there. Descent. Alright, next one's ready to go. Angie still hasn't unlocked it. Faded memories. What are you talking about? That's not the main quest. It's this over here. It's Eden's Gate. should have been. It should have warped you here with me when we beat that last one. And I think you're on the main scenario quest. Faded memory. You're like halfway through the next patch. You're ahead of me on the story. Unable to teleport at this time. Bullshit. Alright, so you go to Amarang. In the inn at Journey's Head. Come to this place. Listed right here in the teleport list, under this symbol right here for Norbrand. Alright. Now we go down south. Should have a quest marker down here for this airship. I mean the car thing here. Take the car. Talk to whoever's in this area. We just did Resurrection. How the hell did you do that if you didn't unlock the scent? You didn't unlock it. Should have given us the arrow in the first one. What the hell? Should have blocked us out of the last one if that wasn't accessible to you yet. Alright, let's do it again, I guess. Freaking weird. How'd the game do that? Did you abandon the quest or something before turning it in? Frank has learned that whenever it goes in the corner, you get behind it. Alright, then we got this thing going on. Alright, here comes this part. Here we go again. Alright, there we go. Get in the middle for the heals. It's almost dead. Over there. And dead. Alright, here we go again. I got a commendation. Now that should have put you outside. And Alright, there we go. Descent now accessible. So I think he picked up the quest before, unlocked the dungeon, but abandoned the quest. So he had to pick it back up. Something. There we go. Yep, at least you didn't die at all there. So you're still at 2 deaths. Granted, that one's like dirt easy, but once you learn to get behind it when it goes to the corner, you should have one removed. Really? No, I was questioning that. You're welcome. Alright. Now I can go to somewhere. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Commence! Alright, one healer just needs to click commence. Oh, that healer's not gonna click commence, are they? Ah, there we go. Oh, that's a bone stack. Oops. I might die on this one. I've just about forgotten this one entirely. These on everybody. There we go. Fence there. Spell in waiting. Alright, that's Dark Pirate. So that's gonna go off when the timers expire. Okay. So when the timer expires, we want to be stacked on this one. Alright, he's half dead. Gonna get pushed that way, so I'm going this way. I don't want pushed off. Oh, we gotta stand in those. Alright, I got this one. Alright, whoever's got it. I'll grab this one. That's a look away. Do it again. He's got 7% left. I got an achievable. Did you die at all there, Francis? I didn't see any deaths. Looked like you survived. Alright, commendation goes to the only guy left. That's not in our party. Got an achievable. So you're up to 3 then. Up to 3. And Lemmy here says, thank you, YouTube. I'm out of here. Nope. Magnarmus, thank goodness you're unharmed. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch and quite unlike anything I've ever seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Damn the light. Damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? She's alive, but there's something strange about her ether. You didn't seem too pleased with Reen taking control of Eden. Maybe what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, it's anyone's guess. It's plain she is not a Sin Eater. Not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears. But she is nonetheless possessed of a power most terrible. On the other hand, if she's feeling cooperative, she might be able to tell us more about Eden. I'll keep an eye on her until she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear that we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm, at the very least. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden. It's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the outset. So I'll take her to the camp. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try strengthening my link to Eden. Although I had my hands full trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power. I've never seen anything like it. What you witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Voidsent may enter. But pray tell, Reen, didst thou make any other observations? I could don't sense any light at all in that girl, or her servants, and I can't really explain how. She reminded me of Emmett Selk. Though I think it unlikely that she is an Ascian. She may yet be thrall to Zodiark. Maybe we'll be able to find out more when she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. It seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. And that's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wheresoever this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works. And therefore the true nature of the flood of light? Yes, it affected the balance of all ether in the empty, shifting it so far towards the umbral that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls the balance of ether over a wide area, forcing it from one alignment to the other. Left alone, it could still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I could use it to breathe life back into the empty. The trouble is, I haven't gotten the foggiest idea where to start. And if I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Rean, nor should thou. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked, but elements maintain a fragile harmony, without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let us return to the camp. It would be remiss of us not to involve Thancred. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method by which we may see this world restored. Arianje, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only to effect change over a small region at a time, it will take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Instead, our energy would be better spent revitalizing each element in order, that we might set in motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time? I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that very reason, we shall select the location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it shall be borne on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. But what's to prevent that element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is, how? Ignomus, indulge me for a moment, if thou wouldst. Pray imagine a corporeal manifest of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Moogles? Really not. Mayhap thou art afeard to utter the fateful word, but for even to speak the name primal is to invite misfortune. To invite it we must. As the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a sudden summoning, as Master Louis Swall once did on the fields of Cartano. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into a deiform entity, which must be subsequently dispersed in the traditional fashion. So we summon primals and then kill it. In other words, they're defeated, in other words, but is that even possible? Alright, killing some primals. I break my fast on primals. Yeah, I eat them for breakfast. Lest thou forget, it will be no more than an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine ability, Magnanimous. As do I, though it might help to have some idea of what you will be up against. Have you decided which element to tackle first? I propose water, the source of all life. As for the location, an area to the west of Norvrant was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water, yes, that seems like a good choice. I'll see if Eden can take us there where we need to go. And I shall prepare for the summoning. Thancred, wouldst thou keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist? She may have vital information to impart. In the event she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Someone's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Still, I must say I don't envy you being caught up in yet another one of Arianje's madcap schemes. Though come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try to thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you've fought in the past? Perhaps that's how it works. Anyway, best of luck. Speak with Rain in the core. Eden seems to be responding well to my instructions, so we should reach our destination in no time at all. Alright, this is the place. I'll see if I can draw the water aspected ether. The rest is up to you, Magnarmus. Memories of Leviathan come flooding back. Inundation now accessible. Alright. Here we go again. Dun, 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 dun. Step out for how long? Oh, for 20 minutes. Okay. Anyway. Maybe if I try to go somewhere. I knew it! Alright, let's see. Will the healer accept? Finding a new member. Alright. Three out of 4 DPS accepted. Okay. Try this again. Scratch offs. Another terrible card. Alright. $1,800, not bad. All right. What the hell? Someone already withdrew again. It tried to pop and someone withdrew immediately. All right. Waiting on one healer. Let's see what happens. Will we get one guide again? There we go. It's Leviathan with 2 heads! Nope. Not standing in that. Push away from this or towards it? Away. Stay in the middle. go. Just a standing. Go. And delirium. Oh shit. Ooh, I'm out. One for me. Kenji lived and I didn't. Interesting. He's really getting this down. Way over here. There we go. And he is dead. Got it. We have restored water to the empty. Now he's got 0 heads. Commendation for the healer. There we go. Ah, shit. That was incredible. Is that what what a primal looks like? I had 2 heads this time instead of 1. It's not, oh, not quite the same then, but why is that? The Leviathan of the Source was summoned by the Sahagin, to whom was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity that we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. The manifestation relied on Magnobus's experiences of Leviathan and may have been influenced by the recollections of other well-respected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. But I still can't tell if your plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? If you finish slaying your primal or whatever it is, I suggest you get back here on the double. There's something you ought to see. What could that be? Evidently, our only recourse is to return to our base of operations forthwith. Hey Francis, would you mind doing one more before before you do your chores? 'Cause that'll divide the sets right in two. Oops. Accidentally. Accidentally hit B and backed out. And Tancred calls us. Act. Alright. Have a jam complete. Enormous, look! By the 12's good grace, is a marvel to behold. I never thought that a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And we're just getting started. I only hope the burden is not too much for you, Magnarmus. We made water appear in the empty. I think this proves that water-aspected ether is no longer lying dormant. So which element should we realign next, Oriange? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shall become capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that, forests in the empty. But before we begin, I'd like to know how that girl is doing. Still sound asleep. She didn't so much as stir even when I took her helmet off. I thought it might be getting a bit stuffy in there. I was curious to know what sort of person we were dealing with. She seemed surprisingly normal, not at all like our usual void scent. I'd say she's around the same age as you, Reen, perhaps a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you, I'd best stay here in case she wakes up, and is feeling less than cooperative. And while I wait here wishing I had something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to face the next opponent. It must be a strange feeling bringing something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. I almost feel sorry for the poor things. All the same, I wish you luck. If all goes well, he won't be waiting for long. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner we can see the results. Before we embark on our journey, there is one question I feel I should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest certain region that lieth east of Norbrand, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. And for the Earth-aspected primal we wish to invoke, what would be a more fitting choice than Titan? I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? The landslides. The landslides, I tells you. It seems you had a rather traumatic experience. But if our last battle is anything to go by, this will be one different... This one will be different from the Titan that Magnarmus remembers, yes? Aye, it would be wise to consider the two as entirely separate beings. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems if thou art to triumph in the battle to come. Past experience will avail thee not, I fear. Alright, Magnarmus, once you're ready, we'll be on our way. It took a while, but we finally arrived. Ready, Magnarmus? I'm ready, but is Kenji? Duty Finder has been updated with a new regular duty. If he's AFK or not. Looks like he's AFK. Okay. Not ready. Ding, 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 ding. Alright, guess I'll wait. Guess I'll go buy an accessory annual more. Meteor ring. And necklace. Alright. Now, do while we wait. I can leave the party for a second. Do. Leveling roulette. This will kill time. Let's go! Alright. I'll have fun with this one. Sneak along the side here. Down. One brought the toad in. Oh, we're done. Here I am without living dead to heal myself. Oops. Like any pointers. All right. Let's get it. missing. And he's dead. Next area. Boss time again. Missed me. Welcome back. I decided to do a dungeon while you're away. Did you go ahead and unlock the next one? Alright, perfect. Finish this dungeon and I'll be on my way there. Alright, out of here. Ripping on through the dungeon. And enemies left. 2, 1, dead. And it's dead. Update my healer and getting on out of here. Alright. Sepulture. And go to the vendor real quick. See if that pesky healer accepts this time. It's always the healer. Weird. There we go. Voice of the land. That's raid wide. Oh, that's gonna be the... Ooh, damn. A little too slow with that. Away from the rock. Oh shit, I forgot, Francis. Bomb boulders. Son of a bitch. That one's exploding. You get between two of the small ones, right along the edge here. Guess I gotta go back and do it again. Alright, do it. Poorly timed. Alright. Ah, you joined your own. Alright. Oh. I just, like, checked the thing for your name and it wasn't there. Yeah, go ahead and cancel. I'll redo it. I'll do another run. But if you want to watch mine to get a hint of what's coming for the, Oh, that's the tank buster. Oh. DPS. Hit him really hard. Alright. Ooh, that hurt. Well. That's gonna be a raid wide. Crumbling down. What's crumbling down do? Ah, that. Alright. Seismic wave. Get on the other side of the boulder. The boulder breaks. And that's tank buster. There we go. Oh shit, I got run over by the quad. I got run over by the quad. How great. Hell? Oh, that just killed me anyway. Nice. Oh. No. Camera was all weird. Get its license plate. And he is dead. Accommodate this guy, and we're leaving. Alright. Alright. Punch it. Oh, I gotta punch it. I'll do the old magic trick. I should go... Kugane. Which will happen first? Will I make it to the top of the tower, or will it pop? Crash Bandicoot speedrun? You would say something like that. There we go. There we go. Uh-oh. That. There we go. Ah, shit. All the way down. Looks like I'm not making it. I am become error. Failure. Alright. Up we go. Here. Boom, boom. Oh. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. No. Do it perfectly without thinking about it. But the second I think about it. Alright. Alright, just a few measly jumps away. This, there we go. Alright, made it. I'm surprised that it hasn't popped up yet. I missed 86 boxes. Damn it. That looks perfect. Oh yeah! I made it to the lamppost. Anyway. I need pants and boots. We got both the healers. We need 2 DPS and 1 tank. And search. I knew it would pop the second I try to buy pants. Alright. Oh. Oh yeah, I want first anyway. Alright, here comes the raid wide. Alright, boom. And boom. There we go. Oh yeah. Alright, here comes the raid wide again. He's got the quad. Kenji's dead. That's one. Well, put you up to what now? 4? Move. Keep moving. Voice of the land. Rumbling down, there's where the 2 rocks fall again. Way. Get that to explode. Move left. He's doing seismic waves, so we hide behind the rock. Alright, get directly in front of him. To the side. Everybody's down to 1%. 1/10 of 1%. There we go. Done. This one has the minion. So what's that put you up to? 5 then, total? You got the minion. Yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta go back. It didn't warp me back because it's not part of my quest. Alright, Ring, and it journeys head, so I can travel back to the empty. Back to the empty. Cutscene so we can see how the place transforms. Welcome back. You must be exhausted. For a creature made of rock, he was a lot more agile than I was expecting. I wonder, was the Titan of your world a tough opponent too? He never stood a chance against me. Well, having seen the way you fight, I can believe that. But more importantly, you defeated another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. I can't wait to see how much of a difference we made this time. Did we really do all this? It would appear the balance has returned to the element of earth. And yet... the transformation hath only affected the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this falleth short of the outcome I had envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is the result of intersection of ethereal currents. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that similar locations to the empty will have undergone comparable alterations. And the ether will spread out from these points to cover the rest of... Green. Piece of the puzzle. It's nothing. It didn't look like nothing to me. You better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine anyway. We've still got work to do. Nay, thank God hath the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Thou knowest not the strain thou dost place on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth hath been restored, continued exposure to the empty, stagnant ether may yet sap thee of thy remaining strength. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling a bit out of sorts ever since we got here. I should probably get away from the empty and rest a while. Pray do so. Meanwhile, I shall remain here. The restoration of the first two elements hath produced unexpected results, and I require time to analyze our findings. However, I must ask thee to refrain from discussing our work in the empty, even with our closest comrades. Why? I thought they'd welcome the news. And indeed they shall, once we have more to show for our efforts. Nevertheless, this mission is one of surpassing danger. I am loath to place our dearest friends at risk unless absolutely necessary. You have their best interests at heart, I'm sure. But to be perfectly honest, I'd prefer not to keep secrets from people that I trust with my life. I don't want to make that a habit of this, but I'll do as you ask. It seems to me that Reen isn't the only one who would benefit from a change of scenery. Our sleeping beauty here would likely fare better in more hospitable surroundings. We'll need to have our associates from the Crystarium organize a safe place for her to stay. If you and Magnormus could go ahead and have a word with them in Mordsug, we'll catch up with you once Urianger has finished, whatever it is he needs to do. Perhaps you should too. Thou too shouldst accompany her to the return journey. I dare say she would be glad of thy presence. No, not this time. She's come such a long way since we first met, and I worry that relying on me too much will only hold her back. We won't be staying in the First forever. The time will come for Reen and I to part ways, and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too, Urianger. I see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can, and to her credit, she's actually taken the most of it in. Reen is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. Natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Says the master of keeping cards close to his chest. Anyway, Agnomus, you better take the Sky Slipper with Reen. It's true that she's been through a lot lately, but so have you. We'll need you ready for the challenges that lie ahead. So go on and get some rest. We shall await the news of thy safe arrival in Amarang. It seemed like you were all having quite a serious discussion. I hope I haven't given you any causes for concern. Well, if you say so. I probably shouldn't stay in the empty any longer than necessary, though. So, you want to take the first shift piloting, or shall I? I'm glad I had you there to keep me company. I have no idea how I would have passed the time otherwise. Now that we're here, I need to find our contact from the Crystarium. But before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. This might not be the best place for it, though. Those creatures over there look a bit hungry. When I first spoke to Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we found Eden, I know that I made the right choice. And if I'd given in to my fear, I probably wouldn't have spent the rest of my life wondering what might have been. From now on, wherever I hear that voice inside me telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world's not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Do you remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What's happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear that she's not a monster. She's a person like you or me. Obviously, she knows something about Eden. We need all the information we can get. But more than that, I just want to talk to her, to find out who she is and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget that she's already attacked us once. Who's to say she won't try it again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it will all be my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do, Magnarmus? If Alphino were here, he'd try to talk things through with her. Yes, like that time in Yulmore. Even when confronting Vothrin, he tried his hardest to find a peaceful solution. Hopefully she'll be a bit more willing to listen. Until then, I'll try to concentrate on here and now. Speaking of which, I still need to see Urianje's errands. The people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. But since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. Anyway, once that's over with, we can find a place to relax. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Gulgul, who's interested in trading for any relics we find in the empty. Apparently he mostly deals in exotic weapons and whatnot, but he's agreed to keep us supplied with whatever else we can get from the Crystarium. Now, the ones we came to meet should be around here somewhere. Ah, Reen, what a relief it is to see you unharmed from your expedition. Sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone a bit longer than we expected. Magnarmus, I'd like you to meet Luri. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As a representative of the Settlement Council, I'm here to oversee the delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Actually, there's something we'd like you to take care of. It's probably best not to talk about it in the middle of the market, though. I'll take it from here, Magnarmus. You should get some rest. But before you go, I'd like to thank you for everything you've done. We still have a long road ahead of us. But if we give it our all, there's nothing we can't handle. And that's the first part completed. I see. So it is mere supposition. It would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter with Reen and Magnarmus until we know more. Well, I appreciate you telling me, even if it is too soon to be sure. I'm the one watching over her, after all. The Oracle of Darkness. I pray it is not true. Next quest, away with the ferry. You already unlock the next one, Fran? Frank? Oh, there you are. A part of the team helping with the highly classified and very, very secret thing. The fact of the matter is, I've come to inform you of a rather interesting development. It's about the girl who was brought back from the empty. She's finally woken up, you see. Y'all and Magnarmus too. We heard the news from Tancred, is it true? Why yes, it most certainly is. Apparently her name is Gaia. She claims to be a free citizen of Yulmore, although she remembers nothing of the events leading up to her attack on Eden. She lost her memory? Parts of it at the very least. We also cannot be sure whether she's telling the truth or if it's merely a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Pancred's with her now, is he? Oh yes, he's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify that what she's told us so far. Who is the locals and that sort of thing. After that, the plan is to come here, though they're taking in rather longer than I had anticipated. I do hope nothing is amiss. Brief. Are you always this slow? At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And there you are, still dragging your heels back there, and at least act as if you've got a purpose, would you? Now look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why won't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Tancred, you're back! You lot are a sight for sore eyes. Yes, even you, Oriange. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. Glad we could finally meet. Properly, I mean. Did you learn anything useful? Other than that, where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely knew the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows the first thing about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. But she seems convinced that she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us. And so she invited herself to our journey, to join our merry band. And for her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. You insist on standing around talking. Might I suggest you find a place to sit? Finding a place to sit down first. My feet are killing me. And perhaps you should have chosen more sensible footwear. Still, it's not such a bad idea, shall we? With Gaia. So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us? Not falling unconscious? Such selective amnesia would greatly raise suspicion within those of a cautious mind. Yet if she doth speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further. Not now, Oriange. She's only just woken up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me that Gaia means us no harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about our work in the empty. As a sign of goodwill, after all, trust works both ways. So I would ask you, Magnomus, not to let your guard down just yet. So you're the one I'm supposed to have fought. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. You should, considering you tried to kill me. Well, if Thancred's version of events is anything to go by, you weren't exactly holding back yourself. Still, it seems I didn't give you much of a choice but to defend yourself, so let's call it even. Not that I have any recollection of it. It's like remembering fragments of a dream, only to realize those things actually happened. It's as though my whole life has been leading to this. Now speak as though thou didst expect these. I guess you could say that. What the fairy tells me. I can't see it. It's as though there's someone else inside me, and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me that it lets me use its power. Magic, I suppose you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. And this power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric of betwixt realities? Thou mayest call forth ether-starved denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. What? What's that supposed to mean? Was that supposed to mean something, or are you just spouting random words at me? Honestly, I don't know how you all put up with this. I've only just met him, and his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. Gods, I still can't believe I'm having this conversation, and to think that I was flying about in a suit of armor, waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Like Minfilia was inside me. Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored. Though it is too early to say with certainty, Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. The Oracle of Darkness? What does it mean? What's this mean? It means that you may have been right when you said it has something in common with them itself. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events that occurred during their possession. This I know from personal experience. Gaia seems to have memories still, even if they're a little hazy. Moreover, she has remained in control of herself even when she heard the voice within. Much like you and Minfilia. And though Reen was very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes a hue akin to that of our dear departed friend. It is therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks might be a manifestation of darkness which has come to reside within her. But I was born like this, and my parents, they both had black hair too. Or at least I think they did. So long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. Minfilia, aren't you? Oracle of Light who they were hosting in Yulmore? That's right. Though imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Yulmore and its people, or the rest of the world for that matter. I see, and how exactly did the Oracle of Light come to run with the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... Yes, I still remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vothry fled. After that, it's still a blur, though. What Guy has told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us. How was she able to resist Vothry's control? Mayhap was the intervention of this fairy of whom she speaketh. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. This is just a guess, but I'd say that Fairy reacted to it in some way. For whatever reason, made me go after it. Yes, that seems like the only explanation. I don't know about you lot, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. But why? The fairy wanted something from Eden, and knowing what that is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what has been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. I'm going, and that's that. Gaia, wait! Insufferable, utterly insufferable, and yet we can't leave her to her own devices. Come on. At least someone's getting a move on this. Get away from me! A giant tick. Okay. Gaia! Means I've no choice. She blew up the tick. What am I? What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that, so is this the power of the fairy you spoke of? Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. But there are things I can't even explain. Holes ripped within thin air. Terrifying creatures crawling out, ghastly-looking blades and armor appearing out of nowhere. But worst of all is the dark energy that comes from inside. This power, it feels as though it's only flowing through me. And never truly mine. And even when it answers my call, it always takes a few minutes for the spells to work. So in summary, you have no control over the magic. Well, it's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made the habit of fighting wild beasts. Fortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through Amarang. While I understand you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But if your heart is set on this, then we'll help you. Green, think about what you're saying. You seriously... You're seriously considering taking Gaia to Eden? There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again. So the safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it's for her own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present, we know precious little of Gaia's origin and even less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. Full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago that I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good, too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. Now it's my turn, to do for Gaia what you've all done for me. Even knowing the danger that lies ahead, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Is that good enough for you? Well, I can't say fairer than that. How about you, Urianger? The light of thy spirit doth burn bright. Mine apologies, my dear. But we felt it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice it to say thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, Reen, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger that Urianger I spoke of is all too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there beside you. This means a lot to me, thank you. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, then let's get going already. There's supposed to be some sort of craft waiting at the southern watchtower, yes? Come along then, and don't fall behind. Next quest. Well, next step. Speak with Thancred here. It might be a bit of a tight squeeze with the five of us, but we'll manage. Perhaps Urianger can sit on top of our luggage. There it is. Eden, where I'll find the answers I seek. Bringer of the Flood, the first Sin Eater. Lead me to my past or my future. Would have waited on the path ahead? I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. Blood and thunder. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky. Because Thancred freed me from Yulmore, and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow. to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance too. Said your piece, have you? One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things. But for someone like me who's only known life in Yulmore, there was no tomorrow. There was no future. Only the here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel each moment of my life slipping away. Time, it won't wait. Not for me, not for anyone. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. I'm sorry, Gaia. Gaia? That's probably not even my real name. It isn't? When Thancred asked me my name, I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me, Gaia. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely someone there must know who you are. Everyone I once knew had either disappeared or had been turned into sin eaters. Those faces and names I still remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who had so much as recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, then that's what I'll call you. And if you're willing, instead of Oracle of Light, please call me Reen. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but the one the people whom I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep up this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far, nothing whatsoever. From what I gather, it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. You've got elements to restore whatever it was. Why don't you hurry up and get it over with? At once, your ladyship. It may be the best to resign ourselves to her mannerisms. A good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility, given certain company within the Scions. Of whomever dost thou speak, I wonder? Alright, everyone. I think we've talked for long enough. If you're ready, let's make our way to Eden. Quest accepted. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of water and earth, the empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability, some may call this, and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. A passivity stemming from light's ever-pervasive presence. If we are to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element, that shall rouse and stabilize those unleashed energies and activity. Therefore I propose lightning. So the primal would be Ramu, yes? From what I've learned, he is a guardian of the forest, and not particularly keen on conflict. But you've actually fought him, haven't you? He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Ah yes, Thancred mentioned that he more closely resembles a person than a beast, unlike most other primals. And apparently he tends not to move about much. I'm glad you see our lessons have paid off. Well, it's like you say. If you want to call forth an accurate representation of the primal, I should picture it in my mind as clearly as possible. At the very least, it's worth a try. But the rest is up to Magnarmus. In order for this to work, we need to actually fly somewhere, yes? So rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get this blasted thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Reed, might I suggest that Gandalf Thunder Plains is our next location? These plains, it is writ, were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds. The only source of illumination was the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there shall provide ideal conditions for the summoning. And that's where we're heading. Come on, Eden. We've got a job to do. It should be a good a spot as any. Alright, Magnarmus, whenever you're ready. Visions of Rama flash through my mind. Alright, fulmination. Oh, one of my party members does not meet requirements for this duty. I thought you said you unlocked the next one. Looks like it. He is AFK. Mom, we don't have time for you to be AFK. He didn't even say he was leaving. Maybe he fell asleep. Alright. Guess I'm kicking him. Oh, now he moves. It's saying you don't meet requirements for the duty. Did you unlock fulmination? One of your party members does not meet requirements. There's like a whole line of quests you have to do. I asked you while I was in the middle of all that if you unlocked it. Alright. There we go. Now, we'll wait for that. I thought you fell asleep or something. Slacker. Alright. I got it queued up. Level 90. Yoink. We Alright, so I got all that. Go. Mince. Right. Inverse fulmination.
There's no turning back. Get ready!
He's a centaur this time.
Oh, this is removed.
Ah, Kenji's already dead. We're up to 7 now. Oh. Almost there. Half dead. This again. I want to be here, I guess. Go. Close down to 28. He's down to 28%. Almost there. So close. Alright, we got behind the shorter one. And he's dead again. I think that's 3 deaths in this round so far. And he's dead. Alright. One guy left, so he gets the thing. Done. I thought I was prepared to expect anything, but I didn't expect Ramu to turn out quite like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. But still, believed him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference to his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to camp and see if anything's changed. Now it's purple. The crystal's a different color, but apart from that, it all looks the same. It may look the same eye, but it feels different. The air has grown slightly more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say, I'm not exactly prepared for wet weather. If Eden can control elements and so on, I can't... Can't you tell it to send clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystal to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope that whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath our feet, Eden hath brought change into the firmament above. And yet 'tis clear that a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. We need movement. Would wind do the trick? Most certainly. Seems we have a plan. Let us not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element, and instead focus on seeing them all restored. Power of an oracle, not to be sniffed at, it seems. My life, you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then, of all times, did you abandon me? Deaf even to the crashing of thunder? Or were you simply biding your time? Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an elegant conspiracy. Do so? Then thou shan't have a difficulty understanding the explanation to come. The restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient in the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existing in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor it is borne by the high wind under the firmament, where it doth condense its clouds before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. It seems we need wind expected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet must mean there aren't enough. And even before that, we need fire aspected ether to make water evaporate. It seems to me that one's not too much good without the other. Why don't you just draw both elements together? You're suggesting that Magnormus fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu, at the same time? Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, 'tis a notion that doth warrant further consideration. Oh, you can't be serious. Cast your minds, if you will, to the element wheel I did show you in the bookman's shelves. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By exploring both wind and fire in tandem, we may yet maintain the balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any Magnormus hath ever faced. I believe, however, that this doth lead to the prize we seek. Oh, so perhaps it's not that so absurd after all, then, eh, Thancred? I wouldn't dream of questioning Oriange's grasp as the science behind it. My concern is for the burden this would place not only on Magnormus, but Reen as well. What do you both make of the plan? If Urianger thinks it'll work, I'm willing to give it a try. Oh, I'll crack 2 primals at once. As long as you know what you're letting yourselves in for, you're going to need all your strengths. So see to it that you got plenty of rest. Gaia! I gotta do... Oh. Flash rally. Yes, you're right. There's no excuse trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. It's about Gaia, you see. The truth is that apart from Alize and Alpino, I hardly know anyone my own age. I thought that I should make an effort to be nice to Gaia, but well, you see how she is around me. I understand that she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought that maybe I could help her in some way. It's not my place to intrude, and I should probably just leave her be until we finish restoring the elements. After all, that's more important, isn't it? Let me talk to Gaia while you concentrate on the task at hand. It's what I would have said once upon a time. Seems to me that you're the best one qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she can be a bit prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone, and she'll come around eventually. Alright, I'll try to give it a try. Do you have any advice? I think Thancred has the higher charisma here. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals, and I haven't a clue what young women like Gaia would be interested in. Ah, that's given me an idea. I'll start with some small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I've been asking Lena about what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see? So that's what you were doing. I suppose it makes for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee on thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of the Observatorium of Observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of the Crystarium citizenry. Yes, and now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let the fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is the key. Speaking from experience by any chance? But whatever do you mean? Lessons learned from days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. Yeah, you couldn't help yourself, could you? It's alright, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. Might I remind you that the reason we're here is to create a better future for everyone in the First, which includes you and Gaia. While it might not be on the same scale of bringing life back to the empty, if you're able to befriend her, that will be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you. Alright, wish me luck. What do you want? Nothing really. You can wait till later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. If you've got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you. Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? What? Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving in the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them, so I thought that maybe once we finished our work here, you and I could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came to talk to me about biscuits? Yes, they're light and crispy, and when you dip them in the coffee, they get all nice and squidgy. Progress. Anyway. Frank over there making progress on the tower. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want, when I want. After all, the world could end at any moment. That's not gonna happen, not if I got anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand what you're going through. Believe me, I do. But you mustn't lose hope. A new day will come, then another, and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. You think you know me? Even I don't even know who I am. Till I find the truth, I'll never be free. And we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, enough loss, and I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how the Yulmorans treated you, the precious oracle of light, like a bird in a cage. And yet you act as if none of that ever happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky. You finally had the chance to lead a normal life, but instead you're flying around in a giant sin eater, trying to turn a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise, and for what? I may not remember much of my past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, you're very much mistaken. Gaia! I surmised that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Well, an attempt was made. You got the next one unlocked, Francis? To defeat the deiform manifestations of both wind and fire shall require every last mode of strength. Thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters. Should be at the forefront of thy mind's eye as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Arianje? The place called Ashfall. Satisfy our requirements, I believe. The fables speak of travelers sweltering beneath blazing heat of the midday sun, while after nightfall slicing winds did tear at their cloaks. I see, hopefully it won't be quite as bad as when I drew out the elements. My dear, may I remind thee that to focus on is not the same as to deny other thoughts. whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, that what's better for be better for acknowledging it. Yes, you're right, of course. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. That as well. May thy concern for her lend thee yet more strength. Narmis will only get one chance at this, so let's make it count. Memories of Garuda and Ifrit rage through your mind. Alright. Only 2 remain. What happens if I try to do something? Literally anything. Alright. Or go to the market. Sell some. It worked with wind and...
Both wind and fire have answered the call. Green, are you alright?
Shit. Right into the death box. Didn't realize that was a pushback attack. Oops. I have prepared a statement. I am sorry, my bad. Arm of Fury. That. Doing the hands of hell. Wide. No more games. We face them together. All right. Gotta deal with both their mechanics at once. This way. They're gonna fuse together into one. I'm getting out of that. Oh. I didn't get out of that one. Flow with that arm's length. And down 22%, almost there. Box. Go for it. There we go. Here. Alright. Almost dead. Down to 5% almost. There we go. There's 5. I can fly! Whee! Ow. Guys, I got so much air off of that. Guess the numbers. You were at like 6 before that. I definitely noticed you dead more than once. "12 now." And there's still 2 to go. Alright. That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse together like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is we're now 2 elements closer to restoring the ether to the empty. Let's go and see what the difference is made. Oh my, 12. Oh, now it's red and green. Look at that. And it's raining. It worked, just like Oriange said it would. Everything we could have hoped for. Indeed, our endeavors have been repaid manifold. Manyfold. I wonder what will happen if when we restore ice. Is something the matter? One more element, then what? You'll have achieved the impossible, while I'll still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. So Almighty Ethan, can you mend this broken world? You can mend this broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories. Give me my life back, damn you. Ah. Extinguish the accursed light, awaken our true power. Enough riddles, tell me who I am. You are. I am Gaia. Gaia. Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories, fulfill your destiny. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? Get away from me. It's the sounds of falling rain. Your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. While this downpour is precisely the result of what we were hoping for, the novelty of standing outside in the rain does wear off rather quickly. Not to mention Gaia's looking a bit under the weather. Let's continue this conversation in Eden's core. Speak with Oriange in the core. We set forth to restore the element of ice. I would discuss the manner in which the summoning shall be undertaken. Just telling me one thing. Is this going to bring the empty back to the way it was before the flood? Well, none can say for certain. The change we have observed at points of the ethereal intersection doth give us cause for optimism. It may be reasonably assumed that the empty shall continue to transform and in the decades to come, regain a semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It would have swallowed the entire world if Midvillia hadn't stopped it. If Marine has inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. And after all, The empty has been utterly devoid of life for 100 years. And it might take even longer than that to bring the life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know that it will stay like this forever unless we do something about it. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those of generations yet to come. You'll do all this for a world you may not live long enough to see? While here I am so absorbed in my own problems that I spare barely a thought for anyone besides myself? So long I've listened to that voice telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobeyed, but I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Perhaps it's better if I never find out. Brings the Oracle of Light here to mend the broken world. What does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death, a monster. No wonder they left me. Mother, father, and next it'll be all of you. Then I'll be back where I started, where I've always been, alone. Gaia, is it the fairy? What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all of your carefully laid plans? No, it's you I'm worried about. Green, I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, alright? Something's wrong, I know it. That much is clear. If we have a repeat of our first visit to Eden, we may even be joined by this Voidsent friend of hers. If you go and see what Gaia is doing, Arianje and I will stay with Reen. Name is Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? Eden, the flood. What does it all mean? No, it can't be. This is what it's been waiting for all this time. Finally. Ah! What is this? The darkness that dwells within you, Gaia. The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it, like moths to a flame. Pathetic. Sin eaters? Now the time of awakening has come. Ignomus, free me since the Sin Eaters. What's happened? Don't try to fight them. Just bring Gaia back inside quickly now. Alright, there's our next raid. What's happened to her? That's a concern for later. We must deal with those Sin Eaters. Enormous, if thou wouldst care to repel our assailants without, I would ask Thancred to stand Hast sent Thancred was standing guard within. I shall tend to Guile meanwhile. Alright, Iconoclasm now available. Raid's here. Raid. Alright. Got it. I try to leave. What happened? That's that. Okay, I can't do that. I'll do my hammer games for the day. Crap. And nothing yet. Go. Let's do this. Come on, healer. Don't make me go through 3 healers again. Wait for it. There we go.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
Alright, so this boss has portal guns. You'll know what I mean soon enough. Alright, so the outsides are gonna fire, then the insides. Now it's got portal guns. Red and blue. Alright, you're gonna warp wherever the other little dot is. Whee! And it looks like Kenji warped off the map, so that's another death. That makes 13. Oh shit. Alright, what is it? Go for opposites, I think? Yeah, I think it's opposites. I got purple, so I'm standing in front of white. I got white, so I stand in front of purple. Got purple, so white. White, so... And it's dead. Ooh. Something's coming, watch out. Alright. See what this is. Just some raid-wide damage. Alright, I got dark, so I need light. Alright, we're crossing them with portals. Alright, I'm gonna stand here and get hit by the light. I wanna stand up. So, here we go. Get hit by light. Alright, I'm putting myself right in there. It's almost dead. Yes. Alright, it's almost dead. 2%, 1%, 5, and done. There we go. And the bullshit's in my inventory. Alright. Alright, Marine says he won't wake up. What do we do? Give me the reward and we'll wake her up. What is this place? Where is everyone? So I'm all alone. Even the ferry is gone. Just kill the fairy in the silence, in the darkness. Is this what death feels like? No use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All those times I wanted peace and quiet, now that I finally have it, I wish I had someone to talk to. Thought I couldn't stand to be around them, all their interfering and fussing, and yet I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There is no future awaiting me. Emptiness. Those memories, they can stay lost forever. If only this pain will leave. I close my eyes and sink into darkness. Then I'll suffer no more. Gaia! Father? Wake up! I understand now. I wait for tomorrow to claim it. Gaia, can you hear me? Perfect moment never has been. Not giving up on you, Gaia. Say something! What do you want? Please, I'm begging you. Remember all the things we said we'd do? Like going to the second serving for coffee biscuits? I never... Gaia. Never agreed to anything of the sort. Oh, thank goodness, I was so worried about you. Do you have to be so loud? fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Reen's voice ringing in my head. Never thought I would be so glad to hear it. You've all gone through a lot of trouble on my part. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Anyway, I've delayed you long enough. Please carry on with what you came to do. I'm glad you're back to your usual self, but how are you feeling? Much better now, but something is still bothering me. The fairy spoke to me in a dream. And a stream of memories rushed through my mind. I don't recall anything like this happening before. I'm not sure what it all means. Sort of memories. I can't make sense of them. They were only brief flashes, seeing through someone else's eyes. At least, that's what it felt like. Infilia, that is. The first Oracle of Light, once served Heidelin as the word of the Mother. If the Oracle of Darkness is her counterpart under Zodiark, then we had best prepare ourselves for the worst. Aye, the Knight's return did tip the ethereal balance towards activity, which may have served to awaken the fragment of his power in the first. Having thus roused, he did then fix his gaze upon she who had been marked by darkness, Gaia. Marked or no, Gaia is still her own person. Everything all right? It's nothing. Anyway, let's forget about all that for now. There'll be plenty of time to think it through once the last element's restored. If thou believest thyself well enough, I see no reason for delay. Let us forthwith attend to the revitalization of ice. Shiva, then Magnormus. Shiva, then Magnormus. As the only one here to have actually seen the primal, perhaps you could describe her for us. Sal offered herself for the vessel, though she summoned into her body the imagined essence of someone who lived over 1,000 years ago. That such a thing should be possible. Long since departed Shiva was a source of great inspiration to you, Sal, whose method of summoning differed greatly from any we'd previously encountered. By the echo did she bear witness to the deeds of the noble Shiva, and thus she was moved to dedicate her being to that selfsame cause. 'Twas this devotion that granted her a power of a primal. But she was able to control it herself. Not getting any funny ideas, are you? Just thinking aloud, that's all anyway. We'd better get going. Our journey leadeth to a great glacier situated in the northernmost region of the Empty. I'll get us there quickly as I can. Time to draw off the ether. I was thinking. He does have a funny idea. But I should go with you this time. I want to be the vessel for Shiva. Being still and passive by nature, ice is the element that is most strongly aligned to light. I'll need to get close and use my own abilities as well as Eden's to draw it out. To that Oracle of Light becometh the Oracle of Ice. Cannot claim it to be in favor of this stratagem, and yet the primal we encountered in the source was summoned in much the same manner. The inherent advantages are undeniable. Absolutely out of the question. Have you forgotten what Magnormus does to the primals we summon? I'm not about to stand by and watch as he and Reen beat the tar out of each other. In any case, the ether only returns to the Empty once the creature's been slain, although it seems you haven't been taken that into consideration yet. Presumably there's a way to disperse it, but it's still far too risky. I thought you had more sense, Reed. But it's not as bad as it sounds. Were the deiform entity as vital as the primals we have previously summoned, it would be logical to assume that in her role as conduit, Reen would be hard-pressed to retain control. Magnanimous, we would have no recourse but to defend himself by any means necessary. His life, else his life be forfeit. I know it's dangerous, but I can't let that hold me back. Please, I've got to try. But I don't see why this is even necessary in the first place. You never had to take risks like this for the other elements. Eden possesses almost infinite power, but what would happen if it began acting without my intervention? If it started to feed on the ether, just like the Sin Eaters, it would undo all of our work. It's a disconcerting eventuality, and one which cannot be dismissed. I'm worried that even if we align the elements, things will eventually return to how they were following the flood. But if I train Eden how to nurture the environment rather than drain the life from it, we can leave it to take care of the empty in our place. I'll channel the ether through myself and show Eden how it's done. And this isn't some house pet we're dealing with. If all goes wrong, then what? I know this sounds like I'm taking a leap of faith, but it's been a gamble every step of the way. We've managed to come this far because of faith in ourselves and in each other. I've made my feelings on the matter perfectly clear, but what say you, Magnanimous? My memories to guide the summoning? What could possibly go wrong? Come on, let's get on with it. Reen, I suppose that if you've got your heart set on this, there's no point trying to dissuade you. Just don't do anything reckless. Is that clear? As crystal. This is going to work, I promise. I'll make sure of it. Well, for all our sakes, I certainly hope so. But because if the Primal takes over, I'll be fine. With all of you by my side, I know whatever happens, it'll work out in the end. All of us? I hope you're not including me. I can't even deal with my own problems, never mind yours. It's enough just knowing you're here. Anyway, I've decided to take a leaf out of your book. I do what I want when I want. I've made my decision, and now I have to see it through. Yes, but this is different. Kettle of fish altogether. Well, the point is, this is what I want, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work. Is it how much it means to you? Oh. I don't know how, but I can see her too. This might actually work. Now accessible. Alright, last one. Already got one healer, one tank, and 2 DPS. That's half the party right there. Now let's see what the next thing is. Any way the wind blows. Alright. Pops before. Oh, there it is. It's done. We're in. Last one. Final round.
I call upon the power of Shiva. No! She's lost control! You've got to stop her!
Fools, you would stoke the fires of conflict.
The light shall usher in peace.
Now, why am I stuck?
Resplendent ice, grant me strength. Shatter!
And I think he just slipped off the map.
The blood shall freeze.
Moving away from everyone. Oh shit! Off the map I go. Oh, hi, Francis.
Shatter!
Oh. Oh, I thought I made that. I did not make that.
The light shall usher in peace.
Oh, I thought I looked away long enough.
Such impudence!
No! Got axe kicked.
Tranquility must be restored to the land.
Oh. Kill all the things. Break the target. Why did that... What? I was in the way. You cheated! Oh well, we made it. Good enough. Good enough for government work. Anyway. We're back.
Speak up! Light consume you.
Now this one requires 4 people.
Such impudence!
That guy just fell. He just jumped off. Couldn't take it anymore.
Grant me strength. Shattered.
Oh, right in here. Oh, bye. Aww.
The light shall usher in peace.
Don't look away. Zero.
Such power! I can't! The light! It's too much for her to bear! Ugh, she won't last much longer! Enough of this! Power of darkness, answer my call! Damn this light! Damn it all! I won't give up! Not on my future! Our future!
Hit it really hard.
See what tomorrow will bring!
And in the end, Gaia saves the day. He did it. And a Reen minion. No, I did not. Did you? Reen. Hammer class win. You were there, I heard you. What happened to Shiva? Is she still in control? No, she's gone, but Gaia. What? That hammer, it matches your dress. I see you're back to normal, idiotic self. Look, isn't it pretty? Maybe we could take it with us. The ice tends to melt, you know. Not this sort. Well, if you say so. Anyway, might even make a nice necklace. That's a brilliant idea. Wilt thou rush to her aid? Perhaps I'm getting slow in my old age, because it would seem Gaia's beaten me to it. I think that she would be the one to break the ice. They may have gotten off to a rocky start, but I think they'll make quite the pair. Is that a hint of melancholy I detect in thy voice? Something akin to a pining mother whose chicks have flown the nest. Father Bird, if you don't mind. But you're not entirely wrong. Still, when the day finally comes to say goodbye, it heartens me to know she won't be alone. After that, we can go to the second serving for coffee biscuits. Fine, you win. And if they're anything less than perfection itself, I'll never let you live it down. If they're not to your liking, there are plenty of other things to try. I suppose we both deserve a little treat after all that hard work. We certainly do. Thus they laugh. There we were, laughing as if we had not a care in the world. Fleeting though it was, in that moment, I was content. But my life was never meant to be so simple. sorry, everyone. Clearly, I have a long way to go before I can handle that kind of power. But we achieved what we set to do, as I had faith we would. So without further ado, let's return to camp and admire our work. It's life. Yeah, there's no more raids, but I'm wanting to finish off... Let's see, which one do I want to do? I want to do Worlds Apart, so... I can feel all the revitalized elements working in harmony. I've always believed Eden had the power to restore the empty, but I never expected it to happen so quickly. The one who made all this possible. We ran into a few problems with Shiva, to say the least, but the others all went more or less according to plan. That we were able to come so far along this arduous journey may rightly be a tribute to thine unwavering resolve. Aye, when you said that you'd reclaim this world, you truly meant it. We're proud of you, Reed. I wonder if the effects from the rebalanced ether will spread to the rest of the empty. Perhaps we'll just have to wait and see. Besides, I'm sure we could all do with a rest. I must say, Reen, it's refreshing to see you take a more measured approach for a change. Well, if my experience here has taught me anything, it's that I shouldn't rush into things unprepared. And also, I've learned that there are some problems that can't be solved alone. Is that so? Since you freed me from Yulmore, I've met all sorts of kind people who have gone out of their way to help me. I thought that I should do everything in my power to repay their kindness and make the world a better place. But now more than ever, I realize there's a limit to what I can achieve by myself. Even though I was able to summon Shiva, I could not control such vast amounts of ether. If Gaia hadn't been there for me, I might never have returned to normal. I could say the same about you. I was trapped in a nightmare, but you freed me. That seems we're more alike than I thought. But we might not be able to do everything by ourselves, but if we look out for each other, maybe we can face our problems together. That is, if you don't mind. No, it's fine, really. If things don't work out, we can always go our separate ways. But on the other hand, if I can resist the urge to punch you whenever you annoy me, which I must say is quite often, I have no objections to staying around. You mean it? Oh, thank you, Gaia. I suggest we continue this conversation on Meringue, that the empty may now support foliage. The land's normalization hath but begun, and to linger over long still entaileth risks. Is aught the matter, Thancred? Nothing you need to worry about. Let's go. Thank you. Telling me there's no viruses. But anyway, before we do anything else, we should report to Yalfort. They'll want to know how we've been getting on when the empty. Speaking of Mordsug, there was a snack of some sort that caught my eye last time. I can't quite describe it, but it looks squidgy. Quite a strong suspicion that I might live to regret it. I'd like to try one. Oh, I think I know the one you mean. They might not be much to look at, but I bet they taste amazing. Perhaps we could also try a pot of those jelly wrigglers or whatever they're called. I'll even let you take the first bite. Ew, no thank you. First coffee biscuits, now worms and jelly. Heaven forbid the two of you might actually eat some proper food. Ignomus, may I ask a favor of thee? While Stancred and I returned unto the Crystarium to inform our comrades of our recent exploits, I would have thee accompany Reen and Gaia to Mordsug. To Mordsug. I trust all is well, Miss Gaia. It will be once we get out of this desert town. If I have to spend another night in that dingy little room, I shall scream. I'm terribly sorry to hear that. The accommodation was less than satisfactory. I'll investigate the availability of more comfortable lodgings post-haste. Yes, I think we'll be staying in Mordsug, at least for the time being. It might take a while for me to write the report, as our expedition was rather eventful. Thomas, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I'm sorry for all the trouble I put you through. Still getting the feeling that... Still fretting about that, are you? What's done is done. Besides, it all worked out in the end, didn't it? You're right. Now how about that treat we promised ourselves? They might not have coffee biscuits here, but I've heard of regular cakes are to die for. Or was that you'll die from eating them? Only one way to find out, I guess. Trying the local delicacies will keep us occupied between writing the reports and thinking about the next plan of action. Hopefully we'll have another chance to visit the empty and see how things are coming along. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Last quest. Good news, or at least it has the potential to be good news. I've received word from Master Oriange. Unfortunately, the message was rather thin on details. He only requested that you return to the Crystarium and meet him at the Wandering Stairs. Not the most likely of any places for important meetings, but I suppose you might be able to squeeze in a pint or two while you're there. To the Crystarium. Here. Yonche here. Pray accept mine apologies for calling thee hither at such short notice. The matter I wish to discuss is of considerable import. If it's that urgent, wouldn't it be quicker to use those link pearl things Reed's been telling me about? These are words best delivered in person. Did something happen to the empty? Not that doth warrant our immediate attention. The elements are in a state of equilibrium. The propagation of flora continues apace. So what's this about, then? As thou art aware, we are not of this world, hailing from what is referred to as the Source. However, unlike Magnarmus, Thancred, and I, exist only on ether-given corporeal form. Our bodies remaineth in the source, though the thread that binds us to them grows weaker with the passage of time. And if you stay here too long, you might never be able to return. Precisely. Now with the wheels of change in the empty set in motion, we believe this is a fitting juncture to take our leave. But we shall but regret not being present to see the transformation reach its completion. That hardly seems worth losing your bodies over, though. You have to go back to your own world. Who are we to stop you? I always knew this day would come. Just... still have Gaia and Magnarmus. I know you'll see this through the end, together. We will. May not be half the woman Minfilia was, but I have friends I can turn to. They might be brutally honest in their opinions at times, or prefer to save their words, and let their actions do the talking. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Just promise you won't transform into a crazy ice lady and try to kill me again. But I can't say what the future might bring. No doubt Reen and Gaia will need your support in the days to come. Alas, the mysteries surrounding the fairy are yet to be solved. Whether thou shouldst find the answers that thou seekest, or nay, lend not thine ears to its honeyed words, for thy will is thine own. Never forget this. I won't. Time for our departure is at hand. Yet know that, no matter where we may be, we shall ever pray for your success. The moored soon. Calling it a night after this right here. This is after I turn this in. You're back sooner than expected. Is everything all right? Oh dear, that's rather unfortunate. I dare say something jolly important for them to leave in such a hurry. In any case, I wish them the best of luck wherever their workshop may take them. I shall remain here and hold the fort, as it were, and make the necessary provisions should any further forays into the empty be required. Safe travels, Master Magnarmus. And completed. Worlds apart done. Alright. And this is where we're calling it a night. Yeah, it happens. Alright, catch you guys later. Oh, wait. I gotta get my next screenshot. That's at the pendant. Back to the Crystarium. Get the screenshot and then wrap up. The next patch is kind of a long one, so do we want to do that all Friday night, or are we wanting to split it into Friday and Saturday? I'll let you guys choose. Be with this guy here. Alright, that's it. Ending.